Hello and welcome to another stream of Alan Wake Remastered, doing an in-depth playthrough playing on the hardest difficulty. At the end of last stream, I mistakenly thought that I wouldn't be able to restart Chapter 3 from the start in order for the recap of Chapter 2 to play and all that kind of stuff. So I kind of like rage-ended the stream. But afterwards, I actually had a look and I'd forgotten that in the remaster version, at least, from memory, not in the original version, if you want to replay an episode or start a chapter that you've gotten up to, you have to go to episodes. I mistakenly thought that it was meaning the 2 DLC episodes, which if you go into this, it still asks you for your difficulty setting, and that was throwing me off as well. But if you choose whatever difficulty you're playing on currently, I got up to episode 3, but I haven't done it yet, but it's listed here as an episode that I can start. So we're up to episode 3 on Nightmare Mode. Special 1 and Special 2 in the remaster version is bundled in. These were originally DLC, and because these were bundled into the remaster, they've automatically made them available to start whenever you want. But they've put them in the episodes, just like the other ones as well. Oh, and this will be a split stream, so I'll be doing 2 streams today. I'll be doing this stream, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll come back with another stream later on.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and, get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Come on, mister. I'll take you to Rose's trailer. Just follow me. It's not far. Listen, I got things to do. This place don't run itself. Oh, give me a break, mister. Can we just get a move on? Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Hey there, Tech. Hope things are going good.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Tech, yeah, immediately fell asleep as soon as you got here last night. You didn't realize you were so tired. Oh, that's totally fair for that to have happened. That's understandable.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Hey there, Max. How's things going? Something I noticed is that Alan doesn't seem to have an inner monologue when he's actually with other people. It's so funny. The story's like, Alan needs to quickly speak to Rose. Randolph can't walk fast. If you stay behind and don't do anything, Randolph starts to complain about you needing to hurry up. But story-wise, anyway, Alan and Barry end up being here for hours and hours. It's interesting testing the increments at which dialogue actually gets programmed to happen. But it seems that all of Randolph's complaining dialogue about you not moving, once it's all done, like it's all done in one big bunch if you just stay still and don't move. Once it's done, there's no other. It doesn't seem like there's any other dialogue where he's like, "Look, you said you wanted to see Rose, and you said you didn't have much time. Why are you wasting time?" Or something like that. And Barry's just casually, calmly walking wherever Alan goes, even though this is supposed to be like a, quick, we need to go speak to Rose, we need to get the manuscript page. Hello, Mr. Goatee. How's it going? NPCs are like, what the fuck are you doing, Alan? Mr. Goatee, play the game, Alan. That's it. I should get hired by game companies to actually just go through their games and make sure that all the dialogue they've programmed into the game actually triggers. Test all the dialogue activation points. Maybe I can also have it so that some are able to be like, right, you need to start the dialogue a bit earlier because people who want to hear the dialogue will not want to progress things too far. So start this dialogue earlier so that when they reach the trigger point for it, they've got enough time to decide whether they want to actually stop and listen to the dialogue or keep on moving. But Rockstar's pretty good with dialogue and all that, in the sense that in GTA 5 and in Red Dead Redemption 2, probably some of their other games too, if you're talking to a character and you bump into someone or someone bumps into you or they get bumped into, the conversation stops, but then they're programmed to say, what was I talking about again? Oh yeah, and then just continue on from where they left off. And I really like that. But yeah, some games still need to work on how much time they give the player who wants to hear the dialogue to know that they're safe to just stop and hear it without worrying that they're going to go past the deactivation point of the dialogue. Because there's some games I've noticed where you'll stop, dialogue will play, and then you might think the dialogue's finished, but then the dialogue will start up, but by that point the player's probably starting to move, and then there's not enough time, right? Because the player's waited for like 30 seconds for more dialogue to play. Where it should be like, if there's going to be chunks of dialogue, have like a 10-second, well, not really a 10-second, but have like a 5-second break between one block of dialogue and the other. That way people who want to hear the dialogue can just stop, be like, right, cool, dialogue happens, boom, and then no. Okay, so Alan's had no comments about the fact that we're wasting our time, hasn't had any comments about anything, so let's go back to Barry.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good. Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
And here we have Rosa's shrine to Alan Wake.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road. Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. I deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
Cooking with corn, 72 tasty recipes. Hey there, Ronnie. How's things going, dude? Ronnie would love to play this game at some point, but it seems pretty scary. That's right, yeah, you said the same thing yesterday. If you're not a fan of horror stuff, it might be too scary. Might have nightmares about it for the rest of your life. Things are going well, it's nearly bedtime. Excellent. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that things are going well.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Ron, you already have plenty of nightmares. It might be nice to mix it up a little with some new content. It's like, need some new scenes for the nightmares. In this playthrough, I'm not collecting the coffee thermoses.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
I like how he calls Alan's friend Barry, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick. Mr. Gote, Alan Wake feels actiony to you more than horror. Well, as I was saying yesterday, I would still classify it as a game that you could consider part of the horror genre because of the fact that there's a lot of very creepy, sort of atmospheric kind of stuff. And for me, horror isn't just gore or like no other elements besides just pure horror and all that kind of stuff. But it definitely is more of an action thriller if you want to look at it that way as well. But I decided that I would always consider it part of my horror streams for October. But it's just like so many movies. Like for some people, the movie Seven is a thriller, not a horror. But I say it's both. It can be a thriller and it can be a horror. It shares elements of both genres. Terminator 1 is an action horror movie. Mr. Gote, but it was enjoyable though. You enjoyed it enough to buy it. Oh, that's good. Ronnie, you think Stephen King describes himself as a thriller writer? Yeah. Yeah, I think horror and thriller share a lot of similarities.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air, and let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, hi, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know, I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had a, argument with Danny, and, then I got in trouble with
something like that, Walt.
Yeah. Well, he's, Daddy's my best friend, and, they let me on bail today. And now I'm just alone here at the window, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. Something's gonna happen. I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure?
Ron, you think the difference is that a thriller wants to elicit suspense and anxiety, and horror would like to evoke fear and maybe disgust? That's true. And the thing about people watching horror movies is they can get anxious while watching it as well, especially when there's a suspenseful thing happening. But the thing about elements like that is it also all depends on what you're putting around it, because a comedy can have suspense in it. You can make people scared in a comedy. You can do jump scares in a comedy. But when you want to actually do something really freaky in a horror, there's definitely other contextual stuff that you need to make sure that you're doing as well. I mean, look at fear itself. Like, people can have fear of ghosts, but they can also have fear of murderers that just kill them. And as we know, murderers aren't something that is strictly just done in thrillers. There's also horror movies with murderers as well. Ronnie, there's a lot of evidence that horror can make people stronger by inducing the anxiety and then releasing it in a controlled context. You hate it when murderers kill you. It always ruins your week. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing too. Like, that's the thing about horror stuff, is that people being able to face their fears in a controlled way. If someone's afraid of the dark and they're watching a horror movie where a character is stuck in the dark, they themselves might still feel what that feels like, but they know that they can just pause the movie if they need a break, or they can turn it off and go and do something else and then come back later and watch the rest of it, Whereas in a real situation where you don't have any power like that, like if someone was inside a place and the power went out for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and they had nowhere to go else, and they had to stay, they might get really frightened by the dark, and you can't, just switch the light back on or anything like that. Whereas in a horror movie, the person can just pause the movie and be like, right, I need to take a break from this scene where the character's stuck in the dark. Just want to stay here, just in case the reason no more dialogue might not have triggered is because we didn't stay here long enough. No. Okay, so it's time for Alan to meet Agent Nightingale, who always likes to call Alan a different real-life author's name every time he comes into contact with him or anything like that. Ronnie, you're off to bed. You'll leave a lurk. Maybe you'll be back before you end. No worries at all, Ronnie. I'll be doing my 2 streams today, so I don't know when. Might see you in chat again, but thank you so much for joining. I hope you have a good one. Hope you have a good rest. Hopefully you don't have any nightmares. Would like to highly recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. He's also a fan of games like Red Dead Redemption 2, especially the fact that you can kill enemies and steal their hats and have the hat worn. And he also wears a hat when he's streaming, and he changes what hat he's wearing on camera depending on what game he's playing. And he's a great streamer, has a really, really cool channel, great vibe. He's also a doctor and a scientist in real life. He's working in the field of regenerative medicine, so working on cures for things like Parkinson's and MS. And if you have any questions about science-related stuff that you'll want to ask Ronnie when he's streaming, he's more than happy to discuss and talk and chat about that stuff as well. So highly recommend. And that's no worries for the shout out, Ronnie. Absolutely no trouble at all, dude. Thank you so much for being here and for joining and for chatting for a little bit. Hope you have a good sleep.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl. This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Spillane! What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake! Come on! Make it easy! Get after him! Don't let him get away! Move it! Move it! Move it! I'll have your chance if you let him get away! Down front of the area! There!
Alright. There's some things that I want to post in chat, so bear with me for a moment. Alright, so the first real-life author that Nightingale called Alan was Hemingway, referring to author Ernest Hemingway. There's a Wikipedia entry about him. He also called Alan Spillane, and that's referencing Mickey Spillane. Was also an author, American crime novelist. And there's a Wikipedia page about him, and the actor who plays Nightingale found him. Timothy McCracken plays Agent Nightingale. Alright, so there are moments in this part where we can actually stop and listen to new dialogue. Obviously, that first part there, if you stay there too long, you'll get shot at and killed. So there are some moments where you just have to keep moving. But because I'm doing an in-depth playthrough, I want to cover as much dialogue as possible, i.e. literally every bit. Or at least try. So alright, so I've checked the video guides for various things. Make sure I'm up to date with those. Alright, so there will be some moments where I will stop and just wait, even when being pursued as well, just to cover as much dialogue.
With the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake.
With the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Take it easy on him. Move it. Don't let him get away. Move it, move it, move it. I'll have your chance if you let him get away. You're under arrest. Hold it right there. He was right there. Move out. Search the area. Hey! Hold it right there. People stop running. Freeze! We have the suspect in sight. Okay, men, keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Oh, damn.
Wait, I'm on
Hey there, Stan. Early in the morning stream. Early in the afternoon for me. It's about 3:24 p.m. for me. How's things going?
Gone. Come on, guys. We need to head him off.
Stan having mediocre coffee, eating mediocre pastry. What a mediocre combination.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the rider on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
So this gives you a little bit of a timeline in terms of like the Dark Presence's what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, the timeline of who gave it its power and stuff. So you had Thomas Zane, whose writing called it from the depths, and it took Barbara Jagger's skin, effectively killing her, and then he tried to put it back, but the rock stars Odin and Thor had, stirred it, and then when Alan turns up, it's like, oh, another prey. Stan, you slept an uninterrupted 12 hours of sleep. Well, I mean, that's good that it was uninterrupted, Stan, that's for sure. Harbinger, I don't think you will be able to finish this before the 27th. What are your reasons for thinking that? It's only the 24th. I've got this stream, I've got tomorrow's stream, and then I've got Thursday's stream as well. Because I've decided that I'll take control out of the schedule. Stan, alarm clock wrestled you to wake you up. The alarm clock was like, you must wake up now. And you're like, wait, are you seriously telling me that Geek Rider just took out my deputies? Are you kidding me? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger.
gun. You almost hit a civilian instead. Over.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase. I don't have time for this.
Well, make the time. You can't just go shooting at people in my town. Over.
I'm a federal agent pursuing a fugitive. You want to discuss my methods, Sheriff? Make an appointment. Over.
You stay right where you are, Agent Nightingale. I'm on my way. Out.
The suspect was last sighted running along the gorge that leads westward from the trailer park. All units are advised that the suspect may be armed. Approach with caution. James out.
Rose didn't know how the strange old lady got in her trailer, and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. "Pretty girl," she said. Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice cold and dark in Rose's ear.
She looked wrong somehow. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be.
Search the area. Stay sharp. This way. Over here. Hey, who's there?
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
man you assigned to me. It's Wake's doing.
Wait, are you seriously telling me that geek writer just took out my deputies? Are you kidding? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Over.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
Harbinger didn't know the Arnie impression was so close to the actual scene. Yeah, the timing of that and actually even choosing it at all, it worked out really well.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
Could have sworn they had dialogue when the birds were attacking.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
I could see the lights of the radio station in the distance.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Hey, Mulligan, what are you doing? Come on!
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both of them. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The, Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh, yeah, I bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
I wouldn't mind having one of these converted into like a home. You know, like, I mean, it's a good height. Obviously would want to change things so that it's not just windows all around. Maybe, you know, cover up some of them to make them into a wall without a window, but obviously have some windows there. Maybe extend the inside part of this here a bit further to cut off one side of the like balcony kind of thing.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine.
I was just thinking about Control, and what I could do is just do the Alan Wake DLC part of Control before Alan Wake 2 comes out. Because the other thing is too, for me, Alan Wake 2 will be available just as Thursday ticks over into Friday. And because I live in Australia, it means that my time zone is ahead of a lot of others, which means by the time I get to streaming it, I'll still have some time up my sleeve. But we'll just see how things land, because I've got the 6 episodes to do with this, and then the 2 extra episodes. But I think what I'm going to do with the 2 extra episodes, I'm not going to do them as in-depth as I did the main game as well. So the status of Control at the moment is still to be determined. So I have to update that message. Alright, I've updated that message now, so the next time it pops up it should have the additional edits made. Actually, I need to do it for the command version too, I forgot. There we go, it's been updated. Control plus AWE DLC to be determined. Because the other thing is too, episode 6 in this game is shorter than a lot of the others. Or it feels shorter anyway.
Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light. Hey there, Ryu. How's things, dude? There was no power to the searchlight.
You going well? Excellent, that's good to hear, dude. Love that sound effect.
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
Harbinger, I think it's time for you to meet some working Joes and a certain alien. Nice, Harbinger. I hope that you have a good time with Alien Isolation. Hope you enjoy. Hope you have a great time. Alright, so it seems Alan doesn't say anything else if it conks out a second time.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over. Team 2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
another call. You're on KBF-FM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror. I hoped Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Why, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
It's a trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
Well...
Let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
Well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna.
How can I be sure?
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. It looks like Mr. Wake is going to need a moment before we can talk, so let me give you a little background while he prepares himself. You've all heard the name, of course. Alan Wake is the author of a very successful series of Alex Casey crime novels. He's changed gears, though. He's now working on a horror story. Now, you probably know that Mr. Wake is a somewhat controversial figure. Had a few ugly encounters with the paparazzi in recent years, although, speaking for myself, it's hard to blame him for that. Regular listeners will remember that I met him on the ferry last week. He's avoided the spotlight pretty well, but here he is, taking some time out of his vacation to talk to us.
How can I be sure?
I had no idea how to get to the coal mine. Maine would know, and I had a feeling I wouldn't get a chance to ask anyone else anytime soon.
I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
The other two author names that Alan has been called is Dan Brown and H.P. Lovecraft. Judas Priest is a band name. Just posted some information in chat about that.
Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation. There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
He didn't get the memo. Hang on. Has this video guide fucked things around? It's got the next page that you find after Rose touched by the dark presence as Nightingale in the radio station. But the next one in the game after that is Sarah distrusts Nightingale. I love when guides do that. It's like, check your fucking guide before you fucking upload it. Restart checkpoint. Backtrack. You got to climb up a mountain to get it. There's another manuscript page. I need to make sure that I find them in order that they're located. Up a mountain, unless I miss the turn where you go up the mountain. Alright, finally. The guide didn't mention that you had to go out of your way to find the path to the mountain. It just said, climb up the mountain. It's like, yeah, that really helps. Be good to give directions. Your fucking guide. Not a vague. Let's do a YouTube vagueness where you don't actually give directions in a guide. Hey there, Van Darren. Does Dan Brown still write? You thought he retired after those first books? No idea, to be honest. I don't really track his career. I've read the Da Vinci Code, but that was years and years ago. About 20 years ago now.
Danny had stepped out, but what stumbled back in was something else. Something alien. A monster. Walter tried to kill it, first with his fists, then a chair. It wouldn't die. Instead, it kept coming, unaffected by the beating it had taken. After Walter managed to kick it down the cellar stairs, fear took over. He ran, got behind the wheel, gunned the engine. The booze wouldn't make him forget, but he knew he had to try.
So for that manuscript page, they really, really want you to work for it. Have to climb up this mountain with a character that can only sprint for a short amount of time while being chased up the mountain. And on nightmare mode as well. Now we've got birds to deal with. Benderin, you have those first three books, and they made the movies out of also. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I never actually saw any of the movie adaptations that they had done. But didn't they do just two? Or maybe there was a third?
The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me.
Motherfucker! Now I've got to get all those fucking manuscript pages again. Oh yeah, Ben Darren, so there are 3 movies. Yeah, I had a feeling that there might have been, but I wasn't too sure. They really should have made it that when you collect a manuscript page, it automatically saves that you've collected it. Maybe it does, but I'm not going to take any chances. Alright, it looks like it actually does. Although it's from a previous playthrough. But, fuck it. I'm still going to play them in the order that we find them in, but I'm not going to worry about backtracking to get that other manuscript page. So the manuscript page that I got up to before dying was page Sarah Distrusts Nightingale.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. He keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me. The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again. I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Hey there, Godfather Al. How's things going?
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. Even after all this time, hearing the Night Springs theme caused a surge of conflicting emotions in me. It'd been my first real writing gig. Barry had known a guy who knew a guy, and suddenly I'd been a semi-regular writer on the show. I'd always been ashamed of the job. Felt it was trash. I'd wanted to be an artist, a novelist. I'd been naive back then. It had taken a long time to learn to be proud of the work.
Alright, so this is another page that only appears on the hardest difficulty. Alan talking about the writing that he had done for Night Springs. And that's a really cool thing, that he has a connection with that show. Been my first real writing gig. Barry had known a guy who knew a guy. It's not exactly who you are, it's who you know. Good example of that.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
So this manuscript page you get pretty early, way earlier than the event in which it's talking about actually happens. But the line, "I bet I had a smile on my face," is definitely something that ends up being true in that moment. Alan does have a grin on his face after doing that to Hartman.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
There was a scene from the Shining miniseries that I wanted to actually show, where a fire hose comes to life and attacks Denny. That line that Alan says about Stephen King's writing and about inanimate objects coming to life, that's what I think of when that part happens in this game.
Did you call 911?
Hey there, Ifrit. Good evening to you.
Did you call 911?
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition. But you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
There we go. He became host to 1,000. It's like, be careful what you wish for. You want to find out about mythology firsthand? You might just find out.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
after all that, it didn't press the fucking thing after I was spamming the button when near it. Unless Alan is able to turn it, press it again to turn it off. And I accidentally did that. Nope. Too much shit was in front of it. That's right, Ben Darren, yeah, haunted construction vehicles as well. Gotta love when that stuff happens. Hey Crooked Toad, welcome on in, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in everyone. Dropping a raid off, hope the stream is going well. It is, dude, yeah, going really well. Working on this game in Nightmare mode, doing an in-depth playthrough. We're in episode 3 out of 6. There's 2 extra DLC episodes that I'll be doing as well. And doing this in the lead up of Alan Wake 2 coming out. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for dropping in. Thank you for leaving the raid. For those who didn't come in with the raid, would like to recommend people check out Crooked Toad. Has been playing through The Last of Us. That's awesome. That's a game that I've only played through once so far, but I definitely would like to play through it again. I think when I do get it, for the PlayStation 5 that I've got, I'll probably get the remake, I think. Crooked, very cool. Yeah, so taking my time too, because there's a lot of dialogue I want to try and trigger and stuff. You made it to the end of Last of Us on Grounded, should be able to finish tomorrow. Oh, hell yeah. That's excellent, especially on that difficulty too. I imagine it'd be very difficult doing it on that as well. That's awesome, congratulations that you'll be able to finish it tomorrow. This part's interesting because if you go all the way over that way, you'll trigger the next cutscene. If you get in the vehicle, you'll trigger the next cutscene. If you want to get the coffee thermos, you have to make sure you don't go too far. I'm not picking these up in this playthrough, but there's a sneaky one there that can be missed.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Crooked, Alan Wake 2 should be a blast. Yeah, I've been looking forward to it so much. And it's an interesting concept having 2 playable characters as well, Alan and a character named Saga. And having a character who has no idea about the kind of things that Alan would already know about. And that way, people who might not have played Alan Wake 1, if they're playing Alan Wake 2 for the first time, can have a character that they can play that is new to everything. I thought that was quite a clever way to do it. I know that there was some, when it was announced or shown that there was another character besides Alan, were, getting upset and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's a bit too premature to get upset at that kind of thing. From what I read, it's going to be a half-half thing where Alan and Saga will get equal amount of time in the game that you play as them. So I think that's kind of cool. I'm really looking forward to the game, and it's cool that Sam Lake is actually playing a character in it. So that's quite cool too. I'm very much looking forward to all the connections and references to Control as well that will probably be in there as well. And I imagine Quantum Break and probably some Max Payne stuff in there too. It'd be so funny if there's a moment where they look at Sam Lake's character and someone's like, you look really, really familiar. You look like some guy I played as in a video game or something years and years ago. Or something like that, That'd be so cool. Krogat Max Payne would be amazing. Yeah, maybe they can, because they're doing a remake of Max Payne 1 and 2, and Rockstar is working with Remedy on that. So who knows, maybe Rockstar has allowed them to use Max Payne in Alan Wake 2 in some fashion. Because in Alan Wake 1, Alex Casey, the character that Alan wrote, is pretty much a Max Payne type character. Even James McCaffrey, who plays Max Payne, voices Alex Casey in the 2 manuscript pages from the Sudden Stop novel. Talian, welcome on in. I hope it's going well. You can't believe how close it is to be out. And good morning, of course. Good morning to you as well, dude. I hope things are going well so far. And yeah, it is. And the thing is, people who played this game when it came out, the first one, have been waiting 13 years for a sequel. So yeah, it's gonna be cool to finally get the sequel, because for so long, in so many years, it was like, are they going to do one? And Sam Lake revealed that they had been working on a sequel for a long time. I mean, I knew that they had been working on a sequel back not long after the game came out, because there's a documentary, a video that has some information from Remedy, it was a proof of concept for Alan Wake 2, but that got scratched. But Sam Lake later, I think a year and a half ago or whatnot, had said that they had been working on and off on an Alan Wake 2, as in getting ideas, having people do mock-ups of stuff and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully some of that stuff is actually unlockable in Alan Wake 2. Tylen, yes, thanks, very well. Hope all is good with you and Alan this fine morning. For sure, it's been a while, so hyped. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. Tylen, that's awesome. And I am too. Things are going good. Yeah, very much a long time. Very, very, very long time. It's going to be cool, and I'm looking forward to any cameos by Jesse from Control as well.
Even during daytime, I was being stalked. The bridge must have collapsed only moments after I'd crossed it.
Today's stream is a split day, so this first stream that is currently happening, when this stream's over, I'll take a break and then come back with another one. I'm looking to finish episode 3 in this stream. I'll either keep streaming until I get it done, or until another 2 hours have passed by. It might actually take me another 2 hours to get through this episode, because I'm stopping to listen for dialogue, but also doing the wrong thing on purpose to get dialogue as well, so it's a bit time consuming, plus getting all the manuscript pages as we go through, and making sure I watch all the Night Springs episodes and listening to all the radio broadcasts as well on top. So it could very well take me another 2 hours to get through this episode. Doing things that way, plus playing on the hardest difficulty. The only way to get all the manuscript pages is to play on Nightmare mode, because there's some pages that only appear on Nightmare mode.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
Yeah, Italian. It's a really cool game to do that with too, because there's definitely a lot of stuff, like, even if you don't care about dialogue from doing the wrong thing, like if you like characters and hearing them say stuff and conversations, there's definitely a lot of moments where you can just hang back a little bit with characters and then they'll start to talk about something. Alright, so that dialogue Alan said at the bridge will either trigger if you walk there or if you drive there. Because we've already walked there and triggered it, driving there won't have any more dialogue.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order, either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
The voice of Pat Main. I was playing GTA 4, The Ballad of Gay Tony one time, driving around, and I was like, that DJ's voice is very, very familiar. And of course, it ended up being the same actor who plays that character we just heard on the radio there now. In yesterday's stream, I already provided a link to his IMDb, but I'll just do that again. RJ Allison plays Pat Main. I'll link his IMDb in chat now. And in GTA 4, The Ballad of Gay Tony DLC, he's credited as the name John Smith. But I don't know the actual radio station. I wish I actually could remember what radio station it was on, so I could actually say, and then it'd be easy to figure out which one he's the host of. And that's that radio broadcast. I'm using a guide to make sure that I hit all these because I don't have time to backtrack through the game, reloading chapters and doing that. Alright, so that was Radio 8. originally this game was going to be an open world exploration game as well, but as time went on, they realized that they needed to make the scope a bit more linear in terms of like progression, but they still left a lot of areas that you could go and explore. Some will give you collectibles that you can find, but others are just there for the sake of exploring, if you like. And I don't necessarily mind that, because if there's a game that has environments that you like the look of, and you're the type of gamer that doesn't care if there's no actual collectibles or anything there, but you just purely want to have a look for the sake of exploring, it's cool that this game still had that. They could have easily just had the environments go off in the distance, but then just have, boundaries or artificial boundaries made up. Have Alan go, I can't go, I don't feel like going this way, or I should go this way instead, and turning around. Of course, there are some parts where you are blocked off from going too far, but they're definitely left in a lot of situations where you can still look and go and explore a spot. And I think too, it just makes the world of the game feel more lived in, and the scope of the actual Bright Falls area really adds to that.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me, that's strange, because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever, and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or, heck, childish even? There's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything. But what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
The reason Alan moved there was because I dropped my damn controller when I was reaching over to get my drink. So that's another radio station According to the guide, there's only one more radio broadcast left. Radio shows found. 9 of 11. Oh, 2 left, sorry. Yeah, 2 left. 1 episode is left in which there is a radio broadcast, but 2 more radio broadcasts left, and they're in episode 4. So we're on track. So I've been following that guide properly that I'm looking at for the radios and up to the correct amount. 9 out of 11. Ben Darren, Alan is quite the heavy drinker, you heard. I don't know if I would say he's like heavy drinker, alcoholic heavy drinker. But when he does drink and goes out, it's definitely not just a couple of beers and then he's home kind of thing. Like there's a part where Alice gets pissed off at him because, and fairly so, he said that he would be back by midnight, but then he ends up coming back at like 4 or 5 in the morning after going out on a bender and stuff like that. Plus, he's also got a temper as well. If his buttons are pushed the wrong way, or the wrong buttons are pushed, or the right buttons are pushed, I guess, he can become very, like, hostile. Never against Alice in terms of, like, being physical. But he does, get angry at her a couple of times in the story. We see in the flashback the morning after he went out with Barry, and then we also see at the start of this game at the night, and that. So their relationship wasn't 100% perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and Alan has punched out the paparazzi before as well, which is why he's so prone to punching like Mott and stuff like that. But I would say that he's never vindictive. Like it's not like he's waiting for every opportunity he can to, ridicule Alice or, bring her down or be aggressive or anything like that. It's not like he's going out of his way and doing that. But they definitely have their arguments and things like that. Ben Darren, yeah, you're thinking of that. Yeah. Alan's a flawed man, but it adds to the character. That's true, and a lot of his subconscious gets embodied in Mr. Scratch, his doppelganger, that we'll see later in the game as well. All the anger, all the negative emotions create, through this experience with the dark presence in the dark place, creates a doppelganger of Alan, and all his negative traits are poured into that doppelganger.
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
Hey there, Shin. Welcome on in. This game reminds you of Stephen King's short story Secret Window, Secret Garden, which was made into a movie starring Johnny Depp. That's right. Yeah, I remember seeing that at the movies when it came out back in 2004. But yeah, there's definitely similarities between the two. I mean, which isn't surprising because Stephen King obviously was a big influence on Sam Lake as well as Twin Peaks and stuff, which isn't Stephen King, I know, but that's another influence that he had was was Twin Peaks and stuff. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of similarities. There's a Stephen King story called The Dark Half, where you have a writer who has a doppelganger, except in that case it's an actual twin from birth, a twin brother that the writer had that he had seemingly, cut out of his life completely, and that. So yeah, Stephen King does like to explore duality and stuff like that, and I think it's a theme that throughout human history people have experienced, and even people today do, like the duality of someone wishing the best for someone that they really, really admire or that they have respect for, yet wishing the worst for someone that they hate, the duality of that kind of stuff. And there's definitely a lot of games that have doppelgangers as well. They use that as part of the narrative. Prince of Persia has that. The original Prince of Persia had that. Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones has that kind of thing. Except in that case, it's a transformation that happens. The prince physically transforms into his doppelganger. But in the original Prince of Persia, it's a separate entity that is a mirror image, literally, of the prince because he jumps through the mirror to activate the doppelganger. And then in Tomb Raider, in the original Tomb Raider and the remake Anniversary, you have Lara's doppelganger. And then you have in Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation, you have a doppelganger of Lara's that if it takes damage, you take damage. If it dies, you die. And then you have like the Tomb Raider Underworld has a doppelganger of Lara and that stuff. So doppelgangers is definitely something that can be used in fiction to signify a second version of the same person but with different traits, maybe all the negative traits that one person has put into their doppelganger. And that's certainly the case with Alan and Mr. Scratch as well. Ryu, even you experience duality here and now. Yeah, Ryu, I think, we all do on some level. We think one thing about one person, but think another about someone else. Or maybe there's people that we do like, but sometimes they get on our nerves so much that we don't like them in those moments. The duality of things like that. And then you look at a lot of mythology and things like that, where a lot of gods and goddesses don't just represent one thing or the other. They can represent two things at the same time as well. And every time you see the word duality, you think of the song by Slipknot. For a while, even Spider-Man had a doppelganger. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of examples. I can't remember them all or know them all, but there's definitely a lot of examples in literature and movies and everything about doppelgangers and stuff. It's not just how we think of people, it's also decisions you make and what we desire in general. Yeah, well, that's true as well, Like, some people really want success, but they don't want to do the work to get it, So they complain about what they have to do to get it. But on the other hand, they complain about not getting the success, for example.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
While there were some earlier residents in the area, the true genesis of the town of Bright Falls came with the founding of the Bright Falls Mining Company and the opening of the Bright Falls coal mine in 1878. Although the work was hard and dangerous, many immigrants, Germans, Poles, Italians, Finns and Swedes, among others, worked the mines. There's also a Devo song, Working in a Coal Mine, that I think about. We're a more superficial example, but there are days where you want Coke and there are days where you want Pepsi. You're a bigger Coke fan, though. Yeah, that's the thing, right? For me, I like both, but the deciding factor on whether I get one or the other is what's on sale at the time, and which place has it the cheapest from week to week. While lucrative at first, the mining steadily declined in the 20th century. The seams were rich but hard to get at, and the volcanic activity in the area made the mine shafts particularly dangerous. Alright, let's see if Ellen has any dialogue if we actually backtrack in the car. All the way back. Maybe not all the way back to the start. I'll go, but let's just go back a bit. This vehicle always reminds me of the Oldsmobile in the Evil Dead movies and pretty much every single Sam Raimi movie that he's ever made. Even the Western, The Quick and the Dead. It's actually under a tarpaulin or something. Yeah, Ryu. I think it was the. I want to say that it was the scene where there's a pursuit. The police are pursuing a car, and that the driver that they're pursuing is in that Oldsmobile. Or maybe it's been a long time since I saw that movie. It's probably been 15 years since I saw Spider-Man. It's the first Tobey Maguire movie, so I can't remember. Yeah.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that too.
Welcome back to KBF FM FMBB SSF FM. Beat you to the gag, yeah. KMFDM. Wasn't there a Slipknot song that dissed them? Or there were lyrics of one of their songs? I think the lyric was KMFDM sucks or something like that. Which I've got no dog in that fight because I never heard of any of KMFDM's music, so I can't really say whether or not their music is terrible or good or what.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
You think it might be a reference to the song Sucks by KMFDM, but you don't know. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that was the thing.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Ryu, their fans also use KMFDM sucks as an ironic chant. Ah, then maybe that's what that lyric was referring to then in that song that I think was by Slipknot, but I don't actually remember. In 1970, a volcanic eruption below Cauldron Lake, while relatively minor, caused most of the deep mining tunnels to collapse or flood. 32 miners lost their lives in the calamity, and all mining around Bright Falls came to a final stop. Now, many of the remaining buildings are protected as historical landmarks.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Wake.
Where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by
You
you.
want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello? Ah! I'm gonna kill him.
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
View, maybe it's a case of the Mandela effect. Of course, you remember that period when KMFDM contributed to 90s movie soundtracks, particularly Mortal Kombat 95 and Bad Boys. Ah, so they contributed to Bad Boys as well. Yeah. Do you know what it was? That first Bad Boys movie, I can't remember if the second movie, which I haven't seen in full or from start to finish, has it or not. But I really liked the main theme in the first Bad Boys movie. Oh, so it's the same song, Juke Joint Jezebel. And it's in both movies. Okay, that's interesting that it's in both of those. But yeah, the Mandela effect is definitely an interesting sort of thing as well. Like, so many different examples of kind of stuff like that movie called Shazam with Sinbad, which actually isn't a movie. And then you've got like the Berenstain versus the Berenstein bears and all that kind of stuff. But here's the thing, right? When there's something that you watch or you read or you listen to when you're really young, you don't necessarily understand the concept of maybe when they actually named something, they might have named it one way in the first instance of it, but not in all the ones after. And when we try to think back, our brain is like, I could swear when I was a kid that it was this, not that, but sometimes that stuff can happen too, So things like that example that I said, like the Berenstain and Berenstein bears, I remember watching that as a kid, but I don't remember whether I knew it as Berenstain or Berenstein, so I don't have a personal sort of like connection with the people who might swear, no, it was the other way around the whole time, not the way that, it actually is, or there was a time when it used to be that. Of course, there was a music video for the song with footage from Mortal Kombat. In addition to Mortal Kombat, KMFDM had a song in the English dub for Street Fighter II, the animated movie. Ah, interesting. Another fighting movie, based on a fighting game franchise. Nice. I'm not taking a break, but I will be back in a moment. Alrighty then, I'm back. Ryu, yep, the song was Ultra. It plays during the Chun-Li versus Vega scene. That's cool that they were getting their works in those movies.
It was close, maybe closer than ever before.
I didn't mean to pick up that coffee thermos. Geez, I hate when that happens. I want to pick them up in a future playthrough. I accidentally already picked up one in the playthrough that I did at the start of this month. Now I've accidentally picked up another one. So now when I actually do that future playthrough, I'm going to have to remember which one it was when and all. Ugh. Anyway.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
That's right, Ryu, yeah. Barbara Yaga. Barbara Jaga. Yaga. Baba Yaga. Barbara Yaga. Baba Yaga Witch. Yeah. Yeah. In yesterday's stream, I was making the connection as well. And that's what I love about this game and Sam Lake's decisions with what he named certain things and stuff like that. All works out really well. Cauldron Lake, you know, Baba Yaga, Barbara Yaga, which is, you know, magic. The lake's magical. Cauldron Lake, cauldron with water in it to create potions, witches, witchcraft, you know, things like that. It's also very interesting how their songs in Street Fighter 2 plays during Chun-Li versus Vega, while their song in Mortal Kombat plays during Sonya versus Kano. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I really love the introduction of each of the three main characters in Mortal Kombat, the movie. The first ladies of fighting or combat, you will. That's true. Yeah, interesting.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
You legit love how this is horror without relying on gore. Normally you can be a sucker for it. Yeah, that's the thing, like, horror has so many different elements to it, and so many things that can be incorporated in with it, and it can be incorporated into so much other stuff as well, which is why genres like thriller and horror have a lot in common. And I think some movies can still be considered horror even if they're more of a thriller, because of the elements in them that are very much seen in horror movies, and the other way around as well. It's quite a versatile genre.
Get your lunchbox.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the Dark Presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
So this kind of information is very good to know if you're wondering about how come some people get turned into a Taken while others actually go back to kind of like a semi kind of normal. And in Alan Wake's case, it needs his mind. So it's not going to infect him enough to completely take him over, but just enough to be able to have some kind of control over him. However, there was a part of him deep down that could recognize what was going on and decided to, in the process of writing the story, put an out for himself into the story so he could have a chance at making the story go exactly the way that he needs it to go in order to defeat the Dark Presence and that kind of stuff. Rose gets used. She's still alive. She's physically she's okay, like she's still functioning, but mentally she'll always be scarred by the experience of being possessed by the Dark Presence. And same with Alan as well. Anyone who has come into contact with it and lived and has been given back their mind will be affected by it for the rest of their lives. The Hitcher is a thriller, but you can easily mistake it for horror. Well, that's true as well, you know, because it's got a lot of moments where it's very kind of like suspenseful. And there's a lot of moments where it'd be very easy for people to be scared and stuff like that, because the thing about fear is it's a very personal thing and it's different for every single person on the planet. And it gets under their skin in different ways, and some doesn't. You know, for some, a jump scare is just a quick, you got me. For others, a jump scare is like, oh, fuck. And then even minutes after, they need to, you know, get a drink of water, or they need to, you know, take deep breaths or something, you know. For some people, seeing something freaky is just a short-term thing where it's like, oh, man, that's so fucking freaky, man. Like, holy shit. And then the next day, they're just like going about their business, not even thinking about what they watched in the movie and blah, 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 blah. But some people for weeks later are like, oh, fucking hell, man, I watched that movie and I just can't stop thinking about it, and I can't stop, you know, whenever I go to sleep, I see it in my eyes, you know, things like that. So everyone just reacts differently to horror. And personally, the thing about me and horror movies and horror games is that for me to be able to consider something truly scary, it has to stick with me for days, weeks, and months afterwards. And that's only happened once in my life, and that was when I first watched A Nightmare on Elm Street when I was about 11 years old. For weeks and months afterwards, whenever I would even think about what I saw in that movie, I would get those feelings again that I felt when I was watching it and all that kind of stuff. And the first time I actually watched the movie as well, the very night that I watched it, I actually had a dream of Freddy Krueger that was pretty vivid. So that to me is being scared of a horror movie, where it's like, after you've seen it, it still affects you, even when you're thinking about it, even when you're just in the middle of the day doing something different, you know. And I haven't felt that way about any horror stuff ever since. So for me to be scared of something, it needs to be at that level in a horror movie. But the other elements I look for in order to judge whether or not it's a good horror movie aren't, or isn't, is it scary or not, you know? Because I know that not every horror movie is going to affect me the same way that the original Nightmare on Elm Street did back when I first watched it. And so I know that I can't use that element as a judge for whether a horror movie is good or not. So when someone asks me, is this a scary movie? I'm like, well, I guess it could be to some people. and stuff like that. Yeah, so with horror stuff now. And I might, after a horror movie I've watched, I still might think about it after having seen it, you know, days or weeks later. But I don't have a feeling of dread about it. It's just like, oh yeah, that's right. That happened in that movie, didn't it? Or that happened in that game. Cool. The darkness works in many different ways, it seems. It really does. Yeah, it really, really does in the series. And the way that things have to be done too, like Alan can't just write, "The Dark Presence gave up. Alice was fine. We both went back home to New York. Then I wrote another big-selling book, and Alice and I were able to live for the rest of our lives comfortably, not having to worry about money." He can't write that. That can't be how the story goes. Because even if he did write the story like that, if he hasn't done something in the story writing to make things balance out, then it doesn't matter what happy ending he writes. And especially if he doesn't know what he has written. See, this is the whole thing, right? Alan can't remember what he's written. These manuscript pages that he's collecting, they're from the whole manuscript that he wrote. So he did finish... Well, he didn't actually completely finish, sorry, because there's one more page that he has to write. He still has to write the ending. But he's written the majority of the manuscript, except for the ending. So he needs to get these pages so that he can actually remember what he's written, because he can't remember what he's written. And in order to make sure that the ending is balanced, he needs to know what he's written up until that point. You know, and so that's what he's finding out in these manuscript pages. So it's more than just a little way to convey information to the player who might be interested in what characters are thinking and what's going on and the events and stuff. But it's also an actual thing that's happening. Alan is actually picking up these pages as he goes through, and he's actually getting this information. And what he needs to do is he needs to have all these collated. If you don't find them all in your playthrough, it doesn't mean you're missing out on the ending. You still get the ending regardless of whether or not you have all the manuscript pages. But he needs to know what he wrote so that he can write the ending and make it actually balance. And he still can't just write everyone lived happily ever after. Because if he tried to, then somehow, some way, the Dark Presence would be able to get someone from Bright Falls to travel to New York. In my example where I said, if Alan wrote an ending where he and Alice returned to New York and they lived happily ever after and nothing bad ever happened to them, the Dark Presence would, if Alan hadn't written something balanced to actually hold the Dark Presence captive somewhere, then it could do something like influence someone from Bright Falls to go and track down Alan and kill him, for example. And that person could then, after killing Alan, be able to give the Dark Presence what it wants, you know. Because this is the whole thing. The Dark Presence wants to be able to take over the entire world. But it's not all-powerful yet, but it wants to be. That's why it can't completely and fully destroy everything. Like that tornado that you see every so often, the Dark Presence isn't powerful enough to constantly be traveling around chasing after Alan. You know what I mean? So there's certain things that have to be adhered to as well. But this manuscript page is really good because it gives you a bit more information about the puppets that get used and how not everyone gets turned into a Taken running around talking gibberish saying, "Hello and welcome to everything that you want and you will die because it was happy," and then, you know, the way that the Taken sort of talk. So not everyone becomes like that. You get people like Rose who's like, "Hello, welcome, thank you, that was good, thank you very much." That's how she was, you know, talking when she was taken over by the Dark Presence. And in the parts where you hear Alan, you know, go, "Yes, I will write the ending," you know, he's doing in a similar thing as well. Spooky, you just typed about how the darkness works in many ways, and you mentioned the same thing about fear. Freddy Krueger was probably the motherfucker that scared some of us the most. Yeah, that's the funny thing too. And I remember as I watched the other movies in the series, because the thing was, as much as watching the first movie had actually affected me when I first saw it when I was about 11, there was still that part of me that wanted to see the other ones. So as time went on, over that year, I watched the other ones. And of course, as they get sillier and sillier, it kind of deflates in some ways when you watch the original ones, the earlier ones, that are trying to be a bit more serious, and it's just not the same, And I remember getting to a point where I was like, oh, cool, Freddy's back, like the creative ways that they would bring him back to life, like a dog pissing fire onto his ashes to bring him back to life. There's like all these different ways of bringing him back. But sometimes things can happen like that, Ryu. Someone can be thinking something and then someone says exactly what they're thinking right at the same moment that they're thinking it. Or two people will start to say the same thing exactly at the same time. Things like that. Ryu, what the Taken sound like at times. That's a good one, Ryu, with Homer.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment. I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
I'm going to wait until we actually get to that point in the game, but Raymond Chandler is another author name that Nightingale likes to call Alan throughout the story. He picks a different real-life author name to call Alan every single time. That skipping thing I made Alan do. Cross the gap. Dude, that'd be so hilarious if Sam Lake got the idea for the distortion from that or a tape recorder being all messed up. That's true. Yeah, I mean, that's also like the tape recorder being messed up. That's definitely a good analogy for how the tape can sound. That's something that I like, you know, the enemies in Alan Wake, when they talk, say that, and then you've got like the hiss in Control, how those enemies talk, and the chanting that they do. Ryu, earlier we mentioned Twin Peaks. The Fire Walk With Me movie was actually a New Line flick, was it? I had no idea. Yeah, I didn't realize about that. And that reminds me too, the name of the peak in this game called Mirror Peak, obviously referencing Twin Peaks. Mirror, reflection, two people. Yeah, that movie is also a huge example of a cult classic. The film was a flop and polarized critics, but over the years it went on to become well regarded. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of movies that have that fate as well. Some were very much ahead of their time. Some it takes, years and years for them to reach that status if they weren't that successful upon release.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Alright, so that is the way to go to get to where we need to. Want to reload this checkpoint and go the opposite direction. Sometimes a cult classic isn't even a box office flop. Sometimes it's merely a movie that critics never either don't like or are mixed on. That's true.
I had no real plan.
Many different ways a movie can become a cult classic.
All the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
The early video game movies, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, and Super Mario Brothers definitely fall under the cult classic category. That's true. They definitely do. There's a lot of movies that fall under that category as well. And who knows what movies that have come out in the last year or two will actually become cult classics down the line, maybe 5-10 years from now.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Ooh, that's very interesting to think about. Yeah, exactly, you know. The new cult classics. Or future cult classics.
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Harbinger, goodbye, Axel. You never really liked him? Oh, you didn't like Axel? Why not, Harbinger? He was so good. It's all good. It's good. That's understandable. Yeah, he's one of those characters that people either like or not. I just love some of the stuff he says, like, after this is all over, we'll braid each other's hair, you know, which is funny because he's got no hair, you know, which is why I made the joke. And, you know, what can I say? My butler was away. When you go to his little, like, area that he's been living in. And when the two people are asking who they are, and he's like, I'm John, this is Ringo. So what do you think so far from a playing perspective, Harbinger, of Alien Isolation? Review, interesting enough, Mario, Mortal Kombat, and Street Fighter are indeed your picks for the 3 greatest video games of all time. Now everyone has their own views on which games hold that honor. That's so true. Very, very true. I mean, they are series that have stood the test of time as well. And you look at other characters and franchises outside of video games and before video games that actually still exist today and still keep going. Harbinger, well, you haven't said hello to the alien yet. Too soon to tell. I'm sure that the alien will eventually say hello to you, Harbinger. Just watch out, because it kind of spits when it talks. Okay, so this is a manuscript page that only pops up on the highest difficulty. Wake reads a page. I love this one.
lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it. In it, I lifted the page in front of my eyes and read it.
Everyone likes to talk about their top 3 favorite things in many different categories, which is definitely great. Yeah, sometimes it's easy for putting things into a top 3 thing as well. Sometimes it's hard. So this one can be considered a double reference. So this thing could be considered a double reference. So this thing could be considered a double reference. Not only in the fact that Alan keeps on reading the same thing because he's written the page to be saying the same thing that he's written on the page to be the same thing that he's written, that he's reading, that's the same thing that he wrote. It's also a bit of a reference to all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. In The Shining, that gets written on multiple pages over and over and over and over and over and over again. So I like to think that this is also a reference to that in The Shining. It was honestly much more difficult for you to pick a number of your favorite things beyond 3 at times. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing too, like, with me and favorites, it doesn't mean that everything else is bad. You know what I mean? Like, if I said these are my 3 favorite horror movies, it's not like I'm saying that every other horror movie except these 3 is terrible. I'm just saying that, hey, these are my 3. You know, there are others that are good. It's just that these ones are my favorite ones. Indiana Jones movies. My favorite is Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Is it the best one? I don't think so. Raiders of the Lost Ark is the best one. But Temple of Doom is still my favorite out of the movies, you know. So for me, favorites doesn't mean you're choosing these and saying that the rest are bad. You're just saying that of them all, even though there's many that I like, these particular ones are my favorites.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century. Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
Thanks for redeeming that, Ryu. Ryu, Alan Wake was angry again. That's true. Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think they ever do explain what was causing Alan's writer's block. Maybe there is something that does explain it, but I'm just not thinking of it right now. Ryu Angry Again is also the name of a Megadeth song. Oh yeah, that's right, it is too. Grey Peak Gorge. Originally founded in 1928, the Grey Peak Gorge mining town was one of the permanent settlements the Bright Falls Mining Company built for its workers. The nearby graveyard is a testament to the dangers the miners faced on a daily basis. Most of the men who lost their lives over the years here were buried there, a grim reminder to be careful for those who remained. Grey Peak Gorge was abandoned almost overnight when the Bright Falls Mining Company closed its doors in 1970.
Doc sat down heavily. He examined Barry and Rose. Barry was already recovering. Rose was another story. She was conscious, but she was barely present, almost delirious, disturbed, touched in the head, they used to say. It wasn't the first time Doc had seen someone in such a state, but it had been over 30 years. Doc poured himself a stiff drink. He hadn't forgotten a thing.
I like this one. This is another page that only appears when you play on the highest difficulty, talking about examining Barry and Rose as well. So Barry, the reason why he recovered quickly is because he was just knocked out. Whereas Rose, she was actually controlled and infected by the Dark Presence. And so she's taking a lot longer to actually become more present in present time. But who knows how long that process will be. The next time we actually see Rose is in the ending when she has become the Lady of the Light instead of Cynthia Weaver. But yeah, the way that Doc sort of like recalls that he's seen someone else in a similar state, but it's been over 30 years since then as well. And this is the thing about this game and the live action series they have planned, is that there's so many different kinds of episodes they could cover in different time periods as to the history of what happened in Bright Falls and all that kind of stuff. And I could see, if the live action series of Alan Wake is a success, that they could possibly do a series of Control as well. And that would be really cool too, because the Federal Bureau of Control has existed for a long time as well. And so there's a lot of potential to tell a lot of stories before Jesse Faden even, goes through what she does in the Control game. Megadeth is good, but he definitely was always a bigger Metallica fan. That's understandable, because sometimes there's just, elements that push the other over to the finish line of they're the ones that I actually prefer. You hope this series goes well and that it does this game justice. I do too as well, Ryu. There's definitely a big opportunity to tell something that can be done really well, and I really do hope, and it would be a big missed opportunity if they don't, to have a full episode that is actually a Night Springs episode. Just a one-off thing. That'd be so good to do something like that, and actually have it be one that Alan wrote himself as well, because there's Night Springs episodes that he actually wrote. Like, it's not mentioned, but they could make out that it was originally intended as a film that Alan had written based on Night Springs, but they decided to chop it up into bits to make it a series. And in the Alan Wake live action series, it'd be cool to actually see that series, and even have it as like like maybe every few episodes it's a Night Springs episode, which itself is telling a story that's connected. So you have this double layer of stuff going on as well. The Last of Us did well, and it kind of set a good bar, so this should work too. Yeah, hopefully so. You just never know sometimes, though. I just wanted to clear this before doing what I wanted to do. Alright, so what I wanted to do was deal with them on their own so I could do what I wanted to do without being interrupted by the enemies. Ryu, of course, video game adaptations are getting much better now than how things used to be. You still get the occasional dud, though. And I think that will still happen. No matter how good they get at doing certain things, there will always be duds amongst it. So I know what to do. You go over there, you grab the key, and that accesses that. But for this playthrough, because I'm trying to get all the dialogue, it means I'm going to interact with the door first on purpose to get what Alan says.
I needed a key for the door.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Yeah.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up. Birds.
there's a part here where if you don't go down the path where it is, you won't activate it. There's a manuscript page anyway where you have to go if you want to get all the manuscript pages. But if you're a player that doesn't care about those, but you do like to have moments in a game covered, then going down that path will give you a moment that doesn't happen unless you go down that path. Alright, it seems this is a situation where the voice of Alice will continue to call Alan as long as you stay here on a loop.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Hey there, Levy. Thank you so very much for the 37 months of subscribing in a row. That's awesome. Thank you very, very much for that. That's amazing. Thank you. How's things going? Good morning to you as well. I hope you're having a great morning so far. Hope everyone's going well and everything's doing good. Thank you again, Levy, for that. That's so generous of you. Thank you very much for that.
Alice?
Alice?
Levy, doing okay? How are you? The doggy as well, although she's upset that Crookie isn't there. Oh. Nalu is like, where is he? What? Where? Nalu's like, where is Crookie? Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing okay, Levy. As for me, I'm doing well. Things are going good. Almost a 4.5 hour stream, and I'm still just doing episode 3, but the type of playthrough I'm doing is very, very thorough, doing multiple different things, and so it's definitely taking a bit to get through each episode.
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here. The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and at home in the woods. They were feeling good, running on beer, ghost stories, and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good, as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
Levy, you've been a bit busy lately, a fair amount of work plus studying full-time. Definitely a lot on your plate to have at once, at the same time, and trying to find a balance between all that, and you're also learning Swedish in your free time. Why? You're not sure. Well, you never know. There might come a time where you really, really need to be able to speak Swedish. Like, there might be someone that needs help that only understands Swedish, or there might be a job that requires you to know the language. You never know, but that's cool. So, with learning that, what type of methods are you using? Do you use your own sort of method, or do you do like audio books, or going? Because isn't there that Duolingo? Is that a program? I think that some people use. Are you using something like that? To be fair, you'd like to focus on Germanic languages in the linguistics field you're studying in. Well, that's definitely a good idea too, considering how many different languages have come about or incorporate the same kind of elements and stuff. So that's why you want to learn more Scandinavian languages. That's a good idea too. Yeah. No, that's the thing too, like learning a different language is, it's not just the word, how to say it, and remembering what the word means, but being able to actually communicate using that language in a way where it's natural or it feels natural enough. Using Duolingo as well. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't actually had a look at that program or something like that. Not that I've been interested in actually learning a language, at least not at this point in my life, but it is a program that I've heard about. You're also reading books. You're currently reading the first Harry Potter and watching TV shows. Oh, yeah. Is that a first time read with those? Or have you read them before? And what sort of shows you been watching? I like how, since this is the lake water, and how it's called Cauldron Lake, I like how it looks almost like it's bubbling, like a witch's cauldron would. Levy, Duolingo has vastly improved content-wise. It used to be meh, now it can actually teach you a lot. Well, that's definitely good too, as well, to have it advanced, because if it's going to be not that good, then it just ends up wasting people's time in using it. But if they've improved it, then that definitely is a good thing. Oh, you have? You've read it before a billion times. That's why you chose to read it in Swedish, so it would be easy to follow. Oh, yeah. And the more repetitious it is in terms of like focusing on learning that language and reading things in that language, the more strongly it will be in your mind. Just want to go back to this spot to see if Alan has anything different to say. If we go back down to where he had that flash of Alice being pulled down into the water by the Dark Presence.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Alan Wake is going really well, Levy. I'm up to episode 3. We're getting closer to finishing episode 3, actually, which is good because I was hoping to get the full episode done in this stream before taking my break and then coming back later with another one. Being very thorough, playing it on the hardest difficulty because there's some manuscript pages that only appear on that mode, and so using a guide to actually find all those to make sure I get every single one of them and listening to them. There's radios that you can find throughout the game, and there's broadcasts that you can listen to. So I've been covering all those. Hanging back with characters to hear what dialogue they might say, what conversations they might have. doing the wrong thing on purpose to get Alan's comments about it, or get other characters to say things, and doing a very thorough playthrough like that. Also, the Night Springs episodes, watching all of those, a TV series that exists in the Alan Wake universe, watching all of those, and also reading all the signs that we come across. In terms of, I've read some signs that you just see, but the ones that I'm mainly wanting to get are the ones that you interact with and text appears on the screen and you can read what the text actually says. So covering that kind of stuff as well. So doing a lot of the game, and the main game has 6 episodes in total, and then there's 2 extra DLC episodes that I'll be doing as well. However, with those DLC, I won't be doing them to the same extent that I've been doing the main game in this playthrough. Number 1, because I just don't have the time to do that. But number 2, I still wanted to actually do the DLC as part of the playthrough because of anything that might actually tie into Alan Wake 2, which I want to jump straight into when I can. And so, given those reasons, I just need to get the main game done to the extent that I am, being really, really in-depth. And with the 2 DLC, I won't go as in-depth, but it'll still be additional content for the game, more than what I would normally do if I was just doing a normal playthrough, which normally would just be the main game on its own and not the DLC stuff. But making pretty good progress. I might have to take Control off the schedule though. It was one of those things where I was hoping to play it as well because it is also set in the same universe, and I thought it'd be cool to actually play that after Alan Wake and before Alan Wake 2, just in case there's things in Alan Wake 2 that tie directly to Control. So I wanted to have that sort of like relationship between each game, but it might have to get to the point where I just take Control out of the schedule. Either that or just do the DLC for Control that actually is directly related to Alan Wake as well. So I just have to see how we go. But Friday is when Alan Wake 2 comes out, so I've got until then to do it. And I've got a little bit extra time up my sleeve, of course, because of time zone differences. By the time it's Friday, for me, it's still Thursday for a lot of people, so it doesn't matter if the last stream of Control, if I do get to it, ends up overlapping past midnight on Thursday and comes into Friday, because I'll still be able to play Alan Wake 2 on the day that it comes out.
I'd have to make my way up this mineshaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Libby's super excited about a project you get to do for work. It's a lot of fun, but also takes a lot of time. Well, that's good that you got something to look forward to as well. And it's still good that you're having fun, even though it is very time-consuming as well. Definitely makes the end result, when you finally finish, actually worth it in the end.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Mjolnir, wench. That part's so funny when we see it happen.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
Levy the doggy is being very dramatic and very annoying. Nalu is like, that is me. That is what I'm doing right now. The whole place is a stage, and you are my audience. And you will be there, and you will put up with my performance. Levy, yeah, she's running around crying because Crookie isn't there. That's true, yeah. Makes me wonder how time and the flow of time feels for a dog compared to humans. Cauldron Lake, the 8th deepest lake in the world. Cauldron Lake is a caldera lake formed in a volcanic crater. The volcano itself could be considered to be active, but it has not erupted since the volcanic earthquakes of 1970, and even then the underground activity was comparably mild. Despite some property damage, there were no casualties. Cauldron Lake is one of the most beautiful spots in the Bright Falls area, as well as a central figure in many local folk tales. It's a popular recreational area for the area residents.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Hey there, Rosie. I absolutely am. Been waiting for years for Alan Wake 2, so definitely very excited for it.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat. I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find. I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Wait! Are you? Wait!
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
No! Get away! I'm sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make him play ball. You see? To get him writing for us. Please. Please. Oh. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Ah! Ah!
Previously on Alan Wake, I felt...
Alrighty then. This is where I'm going to have to end the stream. When I do my next stream in an hour's time, I will actually do the recap at the start of Chapter 4, which is the truth. Before I end the stream, though, I'll catch up with chat, of course. Godfather, so where do you rate Mirage among all AC games? That's actually a really tough question. There's still some aspects about it that I don't really know for sure how it stacks up against other stuff. But needless to say, out of the last 4 games, I still think Origins can't be beat. There's just something about that game that makes me think that it's the best of the games that we've gotten since that game came out. I do like the game of Mirage. I will play it again in the future. I did a first playthrough off stream, and then I did a second playthrough on stream of it. But I really do feel that it's not as good as Origins is. And in terms of parkour, it's a good step in the right direction, but it doesn't beat Unity's parkour yet. So I definitely would say it's got a good story. I enjoyed it. It's not perfect, and there are some things that they should have actually put into the story, especially how it relates to Valhalla and Basm. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, but the reason they did that, of course, is so they can do 50 comic books and 20 books and that, and never cover it in the next game. But yeah, that's where I sort of like put it. Rosie, you're going to play with a friend. You figure you've cobbled together what the plot is from various streams of this one, you mean? Yeah, that's fair enough too, as well. There's definitely going to be like some little things here and there that potentially, you know, if you know from the first game, might make things a bit more understandable in the second. But then there might also be some things that change how this game's events can be viewed after the fact as well. So it'll be interesting to see how it lands with Alan Wake 2, with all that kind of stuff. I don't know in the next stream if I'll get the next episode done, because I don't know if I'll be able to do another 5, 6, 7 hour stream or something. But we'll just see how we go. But this is where I'm ending this stream of Alan Wake Remastered. Finished Chapter 3, so that was good. In the first stream session, I got Chapters 1 and 2 done, and got Chapter 3 done in this stream. I'll see how I'm going for the next stream to see if I can get Chapter 4 done in that. But in any case, I'll be back in 1 hour with another stream of Alan Wake. For those who won't be able to make it to the next stream, that's completely fine. There's no worries at all. You'll definitely find the stream in the past broadcasts. If you see me streaming this game, then you know it's still Tuesday, or it might even be Wednesday by that point, because I'll still be playing the game on Wednesday as well. Still going to take me a little bit to get through this playthrough. But in any case, I'll be back in 1 hour's time with some more Alan Wake. I hope everyone has a good one, and for those who will be able to make it, I'll see you in the next stream.